Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Wednesday afternoon baseball on Braves Country HD and WQEE 99.1 FM. 4:10 first pitch, it's the Braves versus Padres. Other games in action this afternoon, Phillies at the White Sox, Mets at the Dodgers. Rays and Reds, Guardians are at the Tigers, Giants and Marlins, Diamondbacks are at the Cardinals, while Rangers at Royals, Pirates at Rockies, and Cubs at A's, along with Brewers and Mariners, all wrapping up this afternoon. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on as we bring Game 3 of Braves Padres right here to you. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM, The Key. It's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Mama Cokes?
Do you have any idea how important
You
it is?
have
Trying to
any
save the
idea?
bubble. Really? This is
You
what
have
you're doing?
any
This is what
idea?
you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live?
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com /at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. It's Braves Country time.
You're in Braves country.
Yeah, so a little bit of a different intro than normal. The Atlanta Braves are getting set to play the San Diego Padres, and we're going to bring you that live pitch by pitch, play by play right here on WQEE 99.1 FM and Braves Country HD on YouTube. We'll have the whole game going on right here in just a little less than I guess a little over an hour, essentially. But we'll do the lineups and get all that going here in a little bit. Going to dive into a little bit of what happened last night. I'm sure a lot of y'all missed it because it was such a late ball game. But we had ourselves an offensive explosion by the Braves. And Spencer Strider had himself a pretty darn good game last night. A game where Atlanta was also able, in case you missed this little nugget, to gain a game on the New York Mets. They lost to the Dodgers Clayton Kershaw, congratulations to him and his great career. He has gotten win number 200. And I don't think it quite has the cachet of the 300 did back in the day, but I do think it is a bar that if you hit 200 nowadays, I think there's a pretty good chance it's almost a given that that's going to put you in the Hall of Fame. The 300 bar that everybody used to shoot for, that meant you were elite. That meant you were all time. And I still think that number sits somewhere between 225 and 250. I don't know if we're ever going to see a 300 winner again. It'd be really difficult because the way that they pull these pitchers nowadays. And you can't, I've heard people talk about, well, then change the ruling on how you get a win. Then you got to go back and change everybody's numbers. And if you do that, it's going to minimize what a 300 game winner was back in the day. So you're better off just leaving it as it is and moving on and realizing that numbers change. It's just like offensive numbers and what they mean. They change as we go along here. And one of the things you have to look at is like with the home run count. When Babe Ruth took off and did his thing and got over 700, and later on Hank Aaron did the same, the pinnacle was essentially 600. Elite was 500. 400 meant that you were darn good. And if you remember when we hit the steroid era and everyone started surpassing the 400, everyone kind of downplayed the 400 number. And some guys got hurt by that. Some guys that should be in the Hall of Fame, Andrew Jones. Because the perception became, well, you should have higher numbers, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, you ought to have higher numbers, and at the same token, penalize guys for not having those higher numbers, but also endorsing the fact that they shouldn't. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Wednesday afternoon baseball on Braves Country HD and WQEE 99.1 FM. 4:10 first pitch, it's the Braves versus Padres. Other games in action this afternoon, Phillies at the White Sox, Mets at the Dodgers. Rays and Reds, Guardians are at the Tigers, Giants and Marlins, Diamondbacks are at the Cardinals, while Rangers at Royals, Pirates at Rockies, and Cubs at A's, along with Brewers and Mariners, all wrapping up this afternoon. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on as we bring Game 3 of Braves Padres right here to you. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM. Key. It's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Oh, my Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important
You have
Try to
any
save the
idea?
bubble. Really? This
Do
is
you
what
have
you're doing?
any
This is what
idea?
you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners just like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. It's Braves Country time.
You're in Braves country.
Yeah, so a little bit of a different intro than normal. The Atlanta Braves are getting set to play the San Diego Padres, and we're going to bring you that live pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on WQEE 99.1 FM and Braves Country HD on YouTube. We'll have the whole game going on right here in just a little less than I guess a little over an hour, essentially. But we'll do the lineups and get all that going here in a little bit. Going to dive into a little bit of what happened last night. I'm sure a lot of y'all missed it because it was such a late ball game. But we had ourselves an offensive explosion by the Braves. And Spencer Strider had himself a pretty darn good game last night. A game where Atlanta was also able, in case you missed this little nugget, to gain a game on the New York Mets as they lost to the Dodgers. Clayton Kershaw, congratulations to him in his great career. He has gotten win number 200. And I don't think it quite has the cachet of the 300 did back in the day, but I do think it is a bar that if you hit 200 nowadays, I think there's a pretty good chance it's almost a given that that's going to put you in the Hall of Fame. The 300 bar that everybody used to shoot for, that meant you were elite. That meant you were all time. And I still think that number sits somewhere between 225 and 250. I don't know if we're ever going to see a 300 winner again. It's going to be really difficult because the way that they pull these pitchers nowadays. And you can't, I've heard people talk about, well, then change the ruling on how you get a win. Then you got to go back and change everybody's numbers. And if you do that, it's going to minimize what a 300 game winner was back in the day. So you're better off just leaving it as it is and moving on and realizing that numbers change. It's just like offensive numbers and what they mean. They change as we go along here. And one of the things you have to look at is like with the home run count. When Babe Ruth took off and did his thing and got over 700, and later on Hank Aaron did the same. Pinnacle was essentially 600. Elite was 500. 400 meant that you were darn good. And if you remember when we hit the steroid era and everyone started surpassing the 400, everyone kind of downplayed the 400 number. And some guys got hurt by that. Some guys that should be in the Hall of Fame, Andrew Jones. Because the perception became, well, you should have higher numbers, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say, we ought to have higher numbers. And at the same token, penalize guys for not having those higher numbers, but also endorsing the fact that they shouldn't at any point take steroids. I really feel like each era you have to take that within consideration, but I feel like the new 300, it's not quite 200. I feel like it's more around 250 would make you elite, maybe just a touch below, but because we're into round numbers, essentially, I think 250, somewhere between 225 and 250 is going to be looked upon as the bar that kids are going to strive for. Not saying there won't be someone that'll surpass it. There'll be that one kid that comes on early in his career, is able to stay healthy, and away he goes. But all in all, you just have to look at average nowadays. 15 is really good. It's looked upon as top. What Kyle Wright did last year with 21 wins is unheard of nowadays. You don't get a lot of 20-game winners. Back in the day, 20-game winner was the bar that everyone set for. If you took that bar and you stretched that out over, we'll say, a 15-year career, that's where you get to your 300. So nowadays, I feel like if you put, we'll still go with the same 15-year career, because I think in Major League Baseball as a starting pitcher, that's still doable. So we'll just go with that as the leveler. And if you average essentially the 15, then we're talking around the 225 range. Maybe a tad higher makes you even more stratosphere. I think the stratosphere is going to be beyond 250. 225 is going to be looked upon pretty close to what 300 was. Maybe not quite, but right there. And of course, all your analytics nerds nowadays, they don't even care about wins. I still care about wins, even though I do dive into the analytics a little bit, but I still care about wins because I grew up on them, and they still mean something to me. It still means that a guy's got the fortitude to go out there and get the W. But anyways, last night's game, Spencer Strider was dealing. He had a really good outing against a Padres team that, let's face it, they're scuffling a little bit, but they do have the talent. The top of that lineup. Once again, there was a moment in that game where the Padres were really starting to make a rally. I believe that was the fifth. And Strider had to deal with runners on first and second in the heart of that lineup, and he got out of it. So all in all, he goes 6 innings, no earned runs, 9 Ks and three walks. You'd like to see a few more strikeout to walk ratio. And it's not so much that I worry about raising the strikeouts. I'd like to lower the walks. I'm more for a guy who can keep it around 1 walk per start. So 1 walk per 7 innings, 6 innings. So we're basically talking about 1.5 walks per 9. But all in all, you can't complain about the results. And oh, by the way, he had a no-hitter into the 5th inning. And so Atlanta goes out there and gets the W. Here is Brian Snicker on Strider and his stuff last night.
His rhythm and everything when he ended the game, he probably could have pitched all night, honestly. But the stuff was good. The breaking ball was really good. He got in a little rhythm and a groove there. It was really, really strong. Yeah, he has some really good sliders tonight. And that fastball, he really special. I mean, and like I say, he's still learning. But, that stuff is just, it's so electric. When he gets in a groove like that, he's a rough ride, man. He has pretty good company, what he's done in a short period of time. It's been very, very impressive. He's an impressive young man. I mean, I've loved getting to know him since he's been here. And he's a really easy guy to like and a fun guy to root for.
So there you have that, Brian Snicker, on what I think was a phenomenal performance. I mean, he did go up against Machado and Soto and Bogarts. What you're seeing right now with the Padres is really just because they're not playing great baseball. It's not that the talent isn't there. It's more so on the other side of it. And they're really top heavy right now in their lineup. If you can get through that Grisham to Machado Soto, Bogarts. Once you get past that, I'm not going to say it's easy sailing, but they're very top heavy in their batting order. I guess that would be the best way to analyze that and label it. They're very top heavy, very top heavy in their batting order. And to his credit, Spencer Strider was absolutely dealing. Now, last night we got the scoring started early, and Kevin Pillar came through with a big hit. Here's the clip. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on it. That ball is hammered down the left field line. Is it fair? It is fair, and it is over the wall. A ground rule double, and the Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0. Kevin Pillar did not miss that one. He went change up, then tried to sneak the fastball by him, and Pillar absolutely roasted it in the corner. One hopper over the short left field wall here at Petco Park, and it's 1-0 Atlanta. So, yeah, he got it going, and Atlanta failed to capitalize. I'll tell you something else that was brought up a lot last night. Not just by me, but the folks that were viewing it here on the Braves Country HD YouTube channel. Home plate umpire Chad Whitson was absolutely awful. I mean, god awful. As mad as I was and as bad as Bill Miller was Monday night, it was tenfold. I mean, he was out there, and look, it was going both ways, but it gets more magnified when it's the team that you're pulling for, the team you want to win, is getting the terrible calls. But there were times where the starting pitcher, and Strider eventually vocalized it, almost got himself in some trouble, but there comes a point where you're like, well, where in the hell do you want it? Because they were hitting the strike zone. And that, I will say, to Strider's 3 walks, at least one of them was caused by the very poor umpiring, maybe 2. If I think back on it, the second one, possibly. But what you're doing is you're extending the innings, you're extending the at-bats. I remember that there was a couple that Strider got out of, but he would be up 0-2 and he didn't get the call. It's showing, it's not just to the naked eye, but you're also seeing it on the pitch track. And you're sitting right there watching this whole thing unfold. And he would have been out of the at-bat, out of the inning, et cetera. And instead, he misses, and then the next one misses. Of course, the frustration kicks in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the next thing you know, you've walked a batter, or even if you get out of that at bat, you've exerted more pitches. We all know nowadays, it doesn't matter how good a guy feels, they're counting your pitches in the dugout. So really hope we get a much better umpire game, because the first 2 have been bad. Bill Miller was bad, but Bill Miller was more missing some pretty obvious ones in crucial spots, but all in all, it was an okay umpire. Chad Whitson was god-awful on both sides. So hopefully we get more consistency of a good strike zone by home plate umpire today. And looks to be Roberto Ortiz. And we've had him in the past. He's, I'd say he's middle of the road. Pretty solid umpire. So I'm looking forward to a much better called game. So the Braves lead 1-0. And then in the 4th inning, Sean Murphy goes and does Sean Murphy things. 2-1 delivery. Swung on, and that ball is hammered high. It's driven deep. It's going back. On the track. Jackpot over the wall. Light tower power for Sean Murphy. His 4th home run of the year. 421 happy feet. And it's 2-0. your Atlanta Braves. He absolutely belted that one. 108 miles an hour off the bat. This man is locked in right now. So Sean Murphy goes yard again. That man is absolutely playing an incredible game. Incredible season, excuse me. He is just on absolute fire. And the fact that he continues to carry the load with Travis d'Arnaud missing out of the lineup has just been very impressive for a guy that, let's face it, remember last year, and Olsen had the added issue of being from the Atlanta area. But if you remember, Olsen started off so slow, and he started off slow because a lot of the pressure, and he was also replacing Freddie Freeman. It's a big difference. And I really enjoyed the entire time Contreras was here with the Braves. I enjoyed watching. I enjoyed calling his games. And I looked forward to the days when he was in the lineup, because you never knew when he might just go blotto over the right field wall. But Sean Murphy is not stepping into the shoes that Matt Olson stepped into. But any way you look at it, kid is coming out and playing, and you got to love how humble he is. It's very rare in today's athletes. Most of them want to shine the light on themselves so that they can help any kind of social media presence or whatnot. This kid is just absolutely balling out, playing great defense. He's gotten screwed on a couple of calls on the throwing out the runners, but you can't control everything, and he's just playing incredible baseball right now. So the Braves at that point led it 4-0, and we carried that all the way past the no-hitter into the 6th, and Braves are clinging to a 2-0 lead. I think I said 2-0. It was 2-0 after the 4th. It's what I intended to say. Not 100% sure what I said. I'm a little tired from the late game last night, but it was 2-0. We carry that past the 6th, past the 7th, and you're sitting there looking, and you're going, okay, it's another situation last night where, yeah, we got the win, but you get nervous because how much can you keep putting on this bullpen this early in the season? Because especially early in the season, I have much more faith in a good bullpen, which I actually think the Braves have a great bullpen. I have much more faith in that bullpen, assuming health, in August and September, because the guys are locked in, etc. When you're this early in the season, sometimes guys go out there and have bad games and whatnot, and you don't know when it's going to unravel. Strider came out in the 6th. So Jesse Chavez, man, what a unbelievable season he's had so far. Still has not given up an earned run. I would think he's probably not going to be used today because he's gone back to back, and I think they'd like to save him from going back to back to back. And Braves get a day off tomorrow, and then we come home and get a big series against Houston. So I would think Jesse Chavez is not going to be available today, but we're sitting there 2-0 in the 8th inning, and you start looking at it, you're like, all right, who are they going to go to down the stretch here? Because some of these arms are getting tired with some of these close wins that we've had in back-to-back games. And then Ozzie Albies does this with 2 on. The 3-2 pitch hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track, over the wall. It's a 3-run home run by Ozzie Albies. That ball kind of lazily started moving along and then hopped over the wall at the last second. Grisham tried to make a catch, and it barely got over. Grisham crashed into the wall. It looks like he's okay, and your Atlanta Braves lead at 5-0. So a huge home run there, and that home run, I don't think my call did it justice. That ball goes back, and it really looked like the Grisham was going to have a chance to make the catch, and I didn't even think it was going to make it to the wall. I thought he was going to catch it right there on the warning track. And it's almost like it kicked it into a second gear and hopped over the wall. When you go back and look at the replay, Grisham leaps at the wall, and I mean his glove was maybe 3 feet from reeling that sucker back in. And thankfully, for whatever reason, in the San Diego outfield, there's an indention that you can tell was not originally there. There's an indention where they were fitting in the batter's eye. It's right in that area. And it ends up hitting where I believe the fence initially was. So if it wasn't for that, the game's probably 2-0 heading in to the 9th. But instead, we get 5-0. We're up. Comfortable lead. And that allows you to go to some other guys in the bullpen, get them some work. Nick Anderson came on. He gave up a run. You didn't like to see that. But he didn't pitch that bad of an inning. It just, when he first got out there, what I was talking about when they first started up, especially a guy like Anderson who's battled injuries, and Kirby Yates for that matter, they're not necessarily always going to go out there and give you a real clean inning. And so that 5-0 advantage was huge. And then we go to the 9th, it's 5-1, and you're still feeling pretty good about it. But you wonder if we're going to have to waste the bullet of Minter on a non-save opportunity. And then Matt Olson comes in and does this. First pitch on the way to Olson is swung on and hit high and deep, going back. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong, zip, boom, bam. It's a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have blown this puppy wide open. 8-1 your score. Holy Toledo, did he hammer that ball. 440 happy feet out of the stadium, out of the state. Duck if you're in Tijuana, because you got a hot missile coming in. And the Braves lead at 8-1. And that would be your final score, 8-1. Strider gets the win. Chavez gets the hold. Nick Anderson gave up the lone run. It was earned. And Kirby Yates came in and pitched a clean inning. He had the one hit allowed, but pretty solid performance by Yates, and he's starting to pitch better. I think he's still far from where he was, and who knows if he'll ever get back to that 2019 Kirby Yates. But I think he's starting to get to the point where you can probably start putting him in there, even in high leverage situations, but maybe just games that are in the 6th inning, the 7th inning type of thing. And I think you can expect a pretty decent inning out of it. He may not go in there and shut the opponent down, but I do think he's going to go out there and not just totally unravel. And so it was a great, great night for the Atlanta Braves. They win it 8-1. We also get the loss from the Mets, which was huge. So if we look at the standings going into today, the Braves lead the Mets now by 3 games going into today. Both teams are in action. More on that here in a bit. The Marlins did win again, so they're 4 games out. Folks scoffed at me earlier, but I'm telling you, keep an eye on the Marlins. I don't necessarily think that they are a threat to win the division because their lack of offense is still there, and we're talking about 162-game season where that gets magnified. But they're going to be a pain. We've got them next week after the Astros come in to Truist. We're going to host the Marlins. That's not going to be an easy series. And then, of course, that's right before we head to New York. And the Marlins, they've won 7 of their last 10. So they're 4 out, and the Phillies, they split the doubleheader yesterday. They're 7 out, Nats are 8.5 out. So there you have that. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, We're going to flip the page to today, talk about the starting lineups, pitching matchup, and get you ready for game number 3. Hopefully a sweep, and if we sweep the Padres today, we also win the season series. Who would have thunk that on Monday morning? Because remember, we went into this season series down 3-1. And now we have an opportunity to win the season series 4-3, which could be huge. You never know when it comes to tiebreakers and all that kind of stuff. All right, we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE 99.1 FM and Braves Country HD wherever you stream.
If you don't like your job, you don't strike. You just go in every day and do it really half-assed. That's the American way.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Change approved.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE. Welcome back, folks. Get you caught up in a lot of day games today. We'll get you caught up with that during the actual ball game. A lot of early games. Couple of things that you might want to know just around the league that is going on today. Major League Baseball. couple of interesting storylines that if you like to keep up with all that's going on in Major League Baseball, it might be something that you want to keep your eye on. First of all, there is a brand new pitcher coming up for the Oakland A's. And the Oakland A's, probably not a terrible time for them to go ahead and make the promotion. Oakland, we all know they have been playing absolutely awful. I mean, absolutely dreadful. They're playing the Cubs today, and that game just getting underway. But a kid by the name of Mason Miller, who's been really good in the minor leagues, we'll just basically see how he'll stand up to those Cubs bats. But I'm very interested to see what he does today. I mean, he has a ridiculous strikeout to walk ratio. I think it was 19-1 or 19-0, something like that, in like 8 or 9 innings. Now, look, there's always a big jump between triple A to the major leagues, but still very impressive. You don't ever see someone who's just that locked in. And I'm also surprised that A's are doing it this early, because the A's are just absolutely dreadful, and there's no way that they're going to win the division or make the playoffs this year. I mean, they're starting off. What are they? I think we talked about it. Yeah, they were 3-14. They're 3-15 now. There's no way to climb out of that hole, especially with that lineup and that roster that they have. But these are the types of things when teams are having bad years that you look forward to. You know, I can remember when the Braves were rebuilding, and we would get excited when some young kid, Max Fried, was coming onto the stage, and see how he would do. So there's that going on. And I think the other storyline that I'm interested in is first of all, I guess it was an anniversary of Babe Ruth yesterday in the Bronx, and Shohei Ohtani went off. So there's always that comparison. I just don't think you can compare the two. They're in different eras. What Ohtani's doing is incredible, and you can't take anything away from it. The guy is one of the better hitters in Major League Baseball. He's one of the better pitchers. The difference at the time was that Babe Ruth was absolutely the best hitter, and it wasn't even close. He was out homering entire franchises at the time. And he was arguably, for about a 5 or 6 year stint until he got to New York and they said, we're not going to have you play both. He was the best left-hander in baseball for at least a 3-year stretch where they won the world championship. So it's always humorous to me when you see them just, I mean, come on. Would you calm down with the Babe Ruth analogies? It's just, when he went from 27 home runs was the record to the next year, like 54. You can't even fathom someone doing that. Everyone was very impressed with Aaron Judge hitting 62 last year. And why not? Heck of a feat. And let's say you don't believe in Barry Bonds and his home run record, and Mark McGwire and Sosa and their home run records because of the steroids. Okay, that's fine. That's not even going to be the argument I'm going to put up. What I'm going to say is this. Can you fathom, if you believe 61 was the real and Judge made it 62 by 1, can you fathom as if instead last year he hit 122, 125 home runs? It would be insane. And at the time, the whole time you're thinking, man, the guy was also a heck of a pitcher too, but you quit letting him do that. So you just can't put the two up against each other. And once again, it's not really fair to bash Ohtani and whatnot, because what he's doing is in a different era. So you don't know how, and they always want to compare the two and say, well, you always hear the one mope that'll say, well, Babe Ruth wouldn't even start in today's game. First of all, that's a lie. But second of all, a Babe Ruth in 2023 would have access to everything that the baseball players in 2023 have access to. And at the same token, a player who is in the major leagues today in 2023 would not have access to any of those things back 100 years. So you just can't compare the two. It's like the stupidity when people try to compare Michael Jordan to LeBron James. You just got to appreciate them in the moment, and who is the greatest of that era is the way I look at it. You can't even compare Jordan to Magic Johnson and Larry Bird because they really did play in different eras. And Jordan never did that great against Magic and Bird. And look, any one of us that study it know that Larry Bird dominated Michael Jordan. Larry Bird was also a grizzled veteran at the time. Jordan was a kid straight out of college, just learning the game. So you just can't compare these. The only comparisons I will ever make is the guys at the time playing against each other, because that's the only thing you can do. How great was the guy at that time? Not how great was he against a guy who played 7 decades ago, 100 years ago. Let's get into today's game. Braves starting lineup. Some familiar faces and an interesting one that I'm going to talk about here in 1 second at the bottom of the order. I think changes are coming. They may not come as quickly as some of us hope, but I do believe that they're coming. The Padres, by the way, will do theirs first. It's going to be more of the same that we saw last night. And why wouldn't it be? It's another right-handed pitcher. Charlie Morton on the mound for the Braves. This afternoon, Martinez is on the mound, which the Braves clubbed pretty good the last time out. He's a right-hander, so you're going to have more of the lefty bats in there. Grisham, Machado, Soto, Bogarts, and Carpenter, and Cronenworth, and Kim, for that matter. It's all the same. Difference in today's game, you are going to get Nola behind the plate, and you're going to get Azakar in right field. But other than that, essentially the same lineup. Now, as far as the Braves and where we set up, Atlanta is going to go with pretty routine lineup, but there are a couple of changes there. You got Acuna leading off, and Olsen and Riley Murphy. That's become almost a staple. Rosario is back to hitting fifth. He's the designated hitter. So that's item number one with Albies and Grissom. No changes there following behind him. Sam Hilliard in center. Lefty bat. You got to love it. I mean, he got another hit last night. Sam Hilliard definitely deserves playing time when Michael Harris comes back. And I don't see why you can't put Hilliard out in left field. Pilar is going to be in left. He got the big double last night, as you just heard a little while ago. Got the double RBI. And he made two outstanding plays, 3 very good plays in left field last night. So I'm loving the Kevin Pilar and Sam Hilliard pickups this year. They've been key parts of this team. And once again, Anthopoulos is doing Anthopoulos-type things. The Braves are going to go into this, and you notice you don't see Ozuna. And we're getting very close to Harris coming back. We're getting close to Travis d'Arnaud coming back. talked about this last night, but I have a hard time envisioning Marcell Ozuna on this roster this weekend. Now, unless they delay the returns of these guys, either setbacks or just being very cautious because we're still so early in the season, you don't want to rush anyone back. But what I'm essentially getting at is that when d'Arnaud and Harris come back on this team, I don't see the advantage of having a guy who is an all-or-nothing batter. He swings for the fences and rarely reaches them. It's normally a weak pop out. Every once in a while, he'll get into one. But we're 3 weeks into the season, and he has played on the regular. And you cannot give me the argument that those 2 home runs are worth keeping on the roster at this point. And I think Anthopoulos is going to... You know, another thing that Anthopoulos could be doing too, why hold on to Ozuna this long? You go back home against the Astros, and he's got to know by this time that the fan base is just loathes Ozuna. And people can say it's all about his troubles off the field. Realistically, most of that stuff got cleared up. Let's be honest. Most of the issues that people have with Ozuna is he sucks. He's not performed up to his 4-year deal that's paying him $16 a year. And maybe some of it has to do with the off the field stuff, but any way you cut it, he's not good. He's not good at all. And I would be absolutely in shock at this point if Marcell Ozuna is on this Braves team by this weekend, bare minimum by the time we hit New York next Friday. He's had his opportunities. He's done nothing with them. And if you can get... When Michael Harris comes back, he obviously goes right back into the starting center field role. If you can get a good platoon of Pilar and Hilliard, and then every once in a while, you're going to be able to give Harris a day off in center, Acuna a day off in right with Sam Hilliard. You can platoon those guys, and you could realistically at this point just platoon the DH with Rosario against right-handed hitters and against left-handed hitters, most likely either d'Arnaud or Murphy. They're just, and Ozuna doesn't even bring the, well, at least he's got a good glove. We've never seen the gold glove version of Marcell Ozuna. I really do wonder if there ever was one. I've seen some old clips of Ozuna when he was at St. Louis and whatnot, and I don't ever recall, and I remember watching him when he was in Miami. I don't ever recall being impressed by his defense. But nonetheless, he did win a gold glove at one point in his career. Who knows why? But he won a gold glove. I hope he treasures that because there's no way in hell that's ever coming back around again. But you can't put him out there for defense. And he's a liability at the plate. And he runs around the bases like I do, shuffle footing towards the fridge in between innings. So what in the hell are we keeping him on for? And even though he might be fairly popular in the clubhouse, it seems like he gets along with a lot of the guys. That's a really expensive panda is what we have right now. We have a Pablo Sandoval that's less lovable and a heck of a lot more expensive. So I don't see any way that Ozuna makes his team. And it's probably a situation where they're like, you know what? We're going to wait to cut him when we get home because we don't have to pay for the extra flight. He's got to know it's coming too. He's got to. And maybe he goes somewhere else and he flourishes because he is able to get the pressure off of him. I'd say his best chance to flourish somewhere would be somewhere where there's not a big media, like a Kansas City or whatnot. Somewhere where he's not going to be held accountable every single moment. Because absolutely brutal with him at the plate, and you can't put him in the field. And Sam Hilliard, Kevin Pillar playing well. Hilliard obviously at a higher clip than Pillar, but they're both still playing really well. So today's game, I kind of expect the Braves bats to get going again. And I think the run line total for the Braves is 4.5, somewhere there. I do think that they'll exceed that. They put 8 up on the board last night. They scored 2 the night before. Last night, my prediction was 6-2. I was pretty close. 8-1, 6-2. Not too far off. My biggest question today is going to be Morton and what he gives us. So let's take a quick break and we'll dive into that and get you ready for first pitch of Braves Padres Game 3 here on the Key in Braves Country HD.
I'm just there till my divorce is final.
Now, who is coconuts enough to divorce you?
Oh, we gotta go. But we'll see you around.
Well, we'll have to have you over sometime.
I love it.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. She's awesome.
No, we are never having her over. Heard she already slept with 2 dads from the school.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's horrible.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins.
Little Bites?
That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites.
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I bring home you know what, you know who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites.
Here you go.
Yes.
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Do you want to lose 18 pounds fast and improve your health? Now you can lose up to 18 pounds in your first 2 months with Nutrisystem. Get delicious breakfasts, lunches, dinners, even snacks and shakes delivered safely to your door. All delivered for free. It's easy to follow, and you'll see results in your first week. You'll get your favorite foods made healthier and perfectly balanced to put your body in fat-burning mode. Millions of people have lost weight with Nutrisystem, and you can too. Lose up to 18 pounds in your first 2 months.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE. Welcome back to Braves Country. About to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. First pitch is 4:10 Eastern. Charlie Morton versus Nick Martinez. And I've listened to a couple of shows and whatnot where they're getting all over Charlie Morton, talk about needing more out of him. I'm not buying that, man. I think Charlie Morton's doing fine. He's not who he was in his early 30s. The man's 38 years old. But he goes out there and he normally gives you 4, 5, sometimes even 6 innings. He's usually pretty darn close to a quality start. And a pretty high strikeout rate, which at his age is phenomenal. That curveball is just nasty. And I heard the conversation where they talked about, well, they're paying him ace money. They're not paying him ace money. He's getting paid, what, 20? I think somewhere in that neighborhood. Might be a touch below. And that may sound like ace money to the average Joe like you and I. Ace money nowadays is in the 30s. I mean, if you look at Scherzer, who's on the mound today, and he is spitting the bit everywhere. He is not the pitcher he used to be. Shocking at 40 years old. But he's making 43. 43. But even like Carlos Rodon, who's in his prime, right? Carlos Rodon is making in the 30s. Your quote-unquote ace level right now is 30 plus. And so I have to push back when they say, well, he's getting paid ace money. He's not getting paid ace money. You don't know what you're talking about. This is a pretty popular Braves content show that I'm referring to. I won't give out the names because no one wins from that, but it's just like, what are you talking about? There's a reason why the Braves are probably not going to be able to keep the ace that they have in Max Fried, because he's going to be looking for that $30+ million range. And the Braves are not going to pay Max Fried that. And unless he gives them a hometown discount where they also return the favor and give him a longer deal than most teams would, Max Fried's going to go packing after the 24 season. Sometimes that's just the way it has to be. You have to say goodbye to one of the elites, and you got to build guys up in your own farm system. I know none of us want to see Max Fried go, but reality is reality, and honestly, I just don't see how they're going to afford him. Now, things that help are like the $7 million three-year deal that they gave to Arcia. Because if he's able to be healthy and contribute, then that is a spot that you don't have to pay top money to. But realistically, they're keeping Arcia around so he can fill in the holes across the infield when the other guys need. Because in a perfect world, the Braves want Grissom to grab the starting job at short and Arcia to fill in on days off for everybody in the infield. Still getting around 300 at bats a year. And as he ages, just keep him healthy. And not that his injury is anything to do with age. I mean, that's just a fluke injury. Happens too often in Major League Baseball. I really don't understand why they haven't designed in something that's comfortable enough where the players will use it, but something to protect those wrists. You see these guys get hit on the wrists all the time. Sometimes they get very, very fortunate. But remember Freddie Freeman several years ago. got hit in the wrist. Two times, one time he missed a long period of time. The other time it was a few weeks, but it's maddening that they have not developed something that's comfortable for the player to wear, because I really think that's the reason why they don't do it, because they don't want to restrict their wrists going through on the swing. But something that's going to protect when that ball comes in high and tight and it veers off. These major league pitchers are elite, and you're not going to find any better anywhere in the world. But even they are human, and the ball will tend to sail sometimes. And one of the places it's going to sail in on a batter is going to be up and in on a tailing fastball, and it jumps on you in a hurry. You don't have enough time to react. That ball hits bone. It's a wrap. It's an absolute wrap. So Braves, Padres, hopefully we get the sweep today. Wouldn't that be nice? Won the first game 2-0, the second game 8-1. I'm going with this third game. Braves, Padres. I think there's going to be some runs scored. I really do. I think both teams are going to give up some runs. I think you're going to have a higher scoring game. So I'll take the Braves winning this one 7-4. You can only keep these Padres. I mean, I see these batting averages for Machado and Soto, and you're like, how long can this? Let's get the hell out of town. And thankfully, we're getting out of town before Tatis is getting called up tomorrow. He's going to be done with his suspension. Not called up. It's not the right term. He's has a 80-game PED suspension. He is absolutely tearing the cover off the ball down in AAA. And you would expect him to, but even still, when I checked on it last, he was hitting over 500 with a handful of home runs in like 8 or 9 games. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And he's going to make that offense go. So it's very fortunate that it's falling the way it did for the Braves. We played them twice this year. You're not going to play everybody twice with the new format, but we played them twice this year. And we're getting both of them out of the way before Tatis comes in to that lineup. Because you can imagine what this lineup's going to be when Tatis comes in. I would assume it'll be Tatis at the top. Soto, Machado, and Bogarts would be your first 4. They might keep Grisham up there at the top and kind of platoon the situation. And then maybe they'll do Tatis and then Soto and then Machado. I don't know. If it's me and I'm the Padres, I'm Ronald Acuna Jr.ing it. Meaning I want you to face him as much as possible. So I would lead them off. It'll be interesting to see how they unfold. All right, let's take a quick break. Step off to the side, come back, and give you the starting lineups for today's games. Braves versus Padres right here on 99.1 FM WQEE and Braves Country HD YouTube channel.
You're in Braves country.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Petco Park in San Diego, California, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Starting lineups for the visiting Atlanta Braves. Ronald Acuna Jr. will lead off, playing right field. He's batting .368 with 3 home runs. Batting second and playing first base, Matt Olson. 6 home runs and 20 RBI, .296 average. Austin Riley playing third and batting third, .294 on the year, 4 home runs, 11 RBI. Sean Murphy behind the plate, batting cleanup, 4 home runs, .275 average with 14 RBI. Eddie Rosario is your number 5 hitter, the designated hitter, batting .200 with a home run and an RBI. Ozzie Albies batting 6th, switch hitting from second base, .250 with 4 home runs and 14 RBI. Vaughn Grissom batting .316 and playing short, he has 2 RBI. Sam Hilliard, number 8, patrolling center field, batting .345, 1 home run, 2 RBI, 2 stolen base. And Kevin Pillar, 2 RBI, a .231 average. He'll be in left field. On the mound today for your Atlanta Braves, Charlie Morton, 2-1 with a 3.86 ERA. 16 innings pitched, 21 hits allowed, 12 strikeouts, 7 walks, and 1 home run. He'll be facing the hometown San Diego Padres, Trent Grisham, leading off and playing center field, batting .224 with 4 home runs. Manny Machado, batting second and playing third, .240 with a dinger, 7 RBI. Juan Soto, 3 home runs, 8 RBI, batting .175 from the left side of the plate and manning left field. Xander Bogaerts, .347, 4 home runs and 10 RBI. Matt Carpenter, number 5 hitter, the designated hitter from the left side of the plate, batting .152 and 1 home run, 6 RBI. Jake Cronenworth, first baseman for the San Diego Padres, and he'll be batting 6th, batting .210, 3 home runs. Kim, the second baseman, batting .224 and 2 home runs, 4 RBI. Austin Nola is behind the dish, batting .154, 2 RBI. And Azakar is in right field, batting .242 and 1 RBI. Starting pitcher for the San Diego Padres today, Nick Martinez, a 5.6 ERA, 1.42 whip, 17 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts, and 10 walks, 4 home runs given up. We're about set here for Braves Country Baseball. Grab you a cold one, find you an armchair. Braves Country Baseball coming your way, pitch by pitch, play by play. Get your brooms warmed up. We're going for the sweep. Let's go, baby. Get fired up. Braves Padres. Hope everybody is ready to get the sweep today. And we're just moments away from first pitch as the Atlanta Braves are in the road grays today. Atlanta across the chest. Roll call time. Where are you from? Where are you listening? In Braves country, if you're on the YouTube channel. Obviously, if you're in the car listening to 99.1 FM, don't just scream out like a mental patient. They might pull you over. Braves, Padres. It's hard to believe we are now tied for the season series considering how it went down in Atlanta. I don't know about y'all, but I was dreading this trip out to San Diego, but it's done us well. We've won the first 2 games. Last night won it going away, though. It was if you didn't watch the game, it was a very tight ball game. Ronald Acuna Jr. is getting set to get in the batter's box with his 1,001 OPS. Nick Martinez and the Padres as well. Padres are in the road whites with the pinstripes, and the Padres across the chest in brown yellow outline. Braves are in the all road grays with the red numerals and the red Atlanta across the chest with the tomahawk outlined in navy, name in navy on the back of their uniforms. It's a beautiful day here in San Diego, expecting low 70s, hardly a cloud in the sky. So the sun could be a problem as it is high in the sky, 1:10 local time. And Ronald Acuna Jr. climbs into the batter's box. Nick Martinez is getting set. Takes a second. Acuna barrels down. And get ready, folks. It's baseball time in Braves country. Martinez kicks and deals the first pitch on the way and swung on and grounded hard foul down the third base line. It's quickly 0-1. Palatka, Florida. We see Kenneth. It's not too far down the road. Braves country worldwide. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees. Just clipped the inside of the zone. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch from Martinez in the dirt. Good eye by Ronnie and works the count to 1-2. Acuna 3 for 9 in the series. With an 844 OPS. Doesn't have a home run or an RBI in the series, but is 3 for 9. The 1-2 to Acuna. as Martinez kicks and deals and swung on. That ball is rifled into the hole in between second and first. They were playing them on a shift. So it's the 4-3 hole, but traditionally just about where the second baseman would be playing. And it's a leadoff single for Ronald Acuna and your Atlanta Braves. Good piece of hitting by Acuna. Didn't try to do too much. He inside outed the ball, drove it into right field, right in the hole. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson, batting .296 on the year, hit the big home run last night. Martinez fires the first pitch, and it is a curveball down below the knees. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Olson, this series 1 for 7 with a home run and 3 RBI. The 0-1 delivery from Martinez. On the way, fastball top of the zone misses. They're going to fire it down to first to try to catch Acuna napping, but Ronnie was back in plenty of time. Acuna's base hit, 93 miles an hour off the bat, the 1-1 swing and a miss, top of the zone. And it's 1-2. Looks like a pretty good crowd in San Diego, considering an early afternoon tilt in the middle of the week. Sure, a lot of folks started getting headaches around noontime so they could go. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit down the line, plenty foul. Ronald was looking like he was about to go, so I think Olson might have been trying to protect him. That pitch was just on the outer edge. Probably would have been a ball, but it would have been hard to take. Home plate umpire today, Roberto Ortiz. The 1-2 from Martinez. Runner on first, nobody out. And I believe time is called. Time was called by the umpire. Roberto Ortiz. Wasn't a pitch anyway, so much to do about nothing. So we'll get back at it. The 1-2 from Martinez. Zay set up inside on Olson. Here's the pitch, swung on and popped up, going drifting over towards third. Machado gives chase just out of his reach, about 2 rows back, past the third base dugout. And it's 1-2 once again to Olson. Ronald leads off of first, leaning towards second in his bright yellow shoes, high socks. Martinez looking over his shoulder, kicks it over there one more time. So that's 2 offerings. Over to second. The next one, he's got to get him, or it's a balk. The 1-2 pitch. Martinez lets it go in the dirt, evens up the count at 2-2. Probably would have been a good one for Ronald to go on that one. Catcher had a hard time finding the handle on it. Even count 2-2. Acuna, a little better lead now. See if he may go. He's kind of leaning. He is going. And the pitch is on the way, and Ronnie is on his way to second, and he is safe. Gets up, motorcycles it to the dugout, and it's a stolen base for Ronald Acuna Jr. Vroom, vroom. He got a really good jump. It was a darn good throw and a pretty darn good tag by Bogaerts, but it was just a perfect jump by Acuna. Surprising that it was actually that close. The 3-2 pitch to Olson is a cutter called high. He does not like it. He'll head to the dugout on strikes. Caught looking. That was borderline top of the zone. I think a little too close to take. But you could make the argument it may have just been outside the zone. Either way, it's out number one. Northwest Georgia. Checking in for roll call, along with Palatka, Florida. The first pitch on the way to Riley is a fastball, top shelf, taken for a strike. 0-1. Riley 1 for 9 on the series with the home run. It was an important home run. The only run scored in game one, where the Braves won 2-0. A 2-run homer by Riley in the first inning. The 0-1. Just inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Acuna creeps towards third. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 92 right by him. On the outer half. And it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it off the plate. Do it again at 1-2. That one appeared to be just off the plate. Might have chased ball two, but too close to take for Riley. Acuna stands on second with one away. On deck, Sean Murphy. The 1-2 from Martinez in the dirt. Tried to get Austin to chase the curve, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 from Martinez, his 18th pitch of the inning. Swing, and that ball's hit hard over to third, but they're going to have Acuna in a rundown. He's in a pickle going in between second and third, and Riley's caught off the bag. What is Riley doing? He gets thrown out. So a terrible base running blunder by Acuna is compiled by an even worse base running job by Riley. So on the play, it is a 5-4-5-1. I'm sorry, 5-4-5-3 double play. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Now, what do you think you're
Braves
doing?
Country HD.
You want to clear your garbage?
Nice wallet.
Wallet.
What? Nobody carries wallets anymore. I mean, they went out with powdered wigs. Here's what you need. Just a couple of cards and your bankroll. See? Keep the big bills on the outside.
It's a 5.
Braves Country HD. On YouTube Live, we cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. If you don't have cable, you're going to be forced to like read or something, man. You're going to get cable and fast.
Yeah. I mean, it's been rough.
What city did you just move to, Wilbanks?
Houston.
With somebody listening, if anybody's in Houston, please call in. We need to get Wilbanks some cable so we can watch the game tomorrow. Let's start the man a party.
Or at least do the man a solid and leave your windows open so that he can peek in at the Super Bowl.
The straight guy outside your house watching the game, he's with us. Don't worry.
Armchair.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Try to clean that up from a moment ago. Ball was hit to Machado. He then fired it over to Kim at second, who threw it back to Machado and tagged Acuna, and then Machado threw the ball to first, and Riley ran into the tag there. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton is a swing and a miss strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1, 95 miles an hour on the outer edge. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 95 once again. It's 1-1. Trent Grisham batting .224, 1 for 4 in the series. .750 OPS on the series. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is grounded over to second. Ozzie has it, flips it to Olsen, a 4-3 putout to start the defensive game for your Atlanta Braves. Grisham narrowly missed a home run last night early in the game, and he absolutely tattooed a ball that missed the foul pole by just inches. And it threw Grisham off because when the ball went by the foul pole, a fan tried to catch it, and when he dropped it, it bounced into fair territory. So from Grisham's angle, he thought it was fair. First pitch on the way to Machado is outside for a ball. Borderline pitch. It's 1-0. The 1-0 off the plate wide, curveball misses. It's 2-0. Braves Country Baseball on a Wednesday afternoon. 2-0 pitch. Fastball right there for a strike, 96 miles an hour on the inner cut. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Morton. Swing and hit right back up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. A 1-out single as Hilliard's going to charge in, get the ball, and keep Machado from going further. There's one on, one away. The dangerous bat of Juan Soto coming to the plate. We just hope we get out of San Diego before these Padre bats wake up. Soto hitting just 175, but we know what he's capable of. 3 home runs, 1 for 5 in the series. First pitch on the way to Soto is on the inner edge for a strike, and it's 0-1. We mentioned this last night. The Padres, the Padres get Fernando Tatis back tomorrow, making that lineup much more dangerous. The 0-1 right there at the knees. Good curveball by Charlie, and it's 0-2. Career versus Charlie Morton, though. Juan Soto 6 for 8, 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. Yikes. The 0-2 on the way from Charlie. Curveball just missed. Heck of a pitch. Unbelievable that Soto was able to lay off of that. It's 1-2. He either laid off of it or it buckled his knees so much he couldn't react. That was a great pitch by Charlie that just missed. The 1-2. Swing and fouls it back. Out of play. Curveball on the outer half. Do it again. Next broadcast is our next game in Braves Country. Houston Astros, Friday night, 7:20 first pitch. Bryce Elder on the mound. The 1-2. Inside 97. Just missed the inner part of the zone. We'll do it again at 2-2. Charlie's really getting pinched by that home plate umpire, Berto Ortiz. From what I remember from Ortiz, though, he normally calls a very tight but consistent strike zone. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high, not very deep into left center field. Underneath it is Hilliard. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. So a big out number 2, but here comes Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts batting .347 on the year. 2 for 7 in the series. He has 4 home runs in 2023 and 10 RBI. The first pitch on the way to Bogaerts is a one-hopper comebacker to Charlie Morton. Charlie's got it. Flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves will grab the bats after a quiet bottom of the first. You're listening to Braves Country.
Why would I spend $7 to see a movie that I could watch on TV?
Well, why go to a fine restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave? Why go to the park and fly a kite when you can just pop a pill?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. David Ortiz was actually sued by Jay-Z in 2010. Ortiz had opened up a nightclub in the Dominican Republic called 4040, which Jay-Z thought was too similar to his nightclubs, named the 4040 Club. Ortiz and Jay-Z reached an agreement, and the trademark infringement lawsuit was settled out of court.
World air quality is at an all-time low.
But hey, that doesn't mean you can't have a little fun. New from Mattel, it's the greenhouse gas gun. Do you hate the snowman next door? Use the greenhouse gas gun. There is simply no end to the amount of fun and respiratory disease you can have with the greenhouse gas gun.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
I think baseball is a great support to people who have emotional voids, gaps, emotional difficulties. That is to say, all of us. Those parts of us that don't function well, those parts of us that are sad or depressed, not every day, they can really use baseball. It isn't just the child in a wheelchair or the shut-in senior citizen listening to the radio that needs the game. There's part of us, part of everybody who's a baseball fan, that needs the game at that level.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Martinez is fastball, top of the zone. Home plate umpire Ortiz says it's high. Not sure about that one. It's 1-0. Murphy, 2 for 8 in the series with the home run, swings at the second pitch, hits it high and deep into right center field. Going back on the track just before the wall is Grisham. He'll make the catch for a loud out, number 1. Braves nothing, Padres nothing. Just getting going here on a Wednesday afternoon in sunny San Diego. I'm Mac Magee bringing you the Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. Rosario steps to the plate from the left-hand side of the batter's box, and he'll take the first pitch in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Giants lead Miami 5-1. That game is in the 11th inning. Just realized that went 11. Went into extra innings, excuse me. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 94 miles an hour on the inner cut, and it's 1-1. Games that are in the books already. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right field, but underneath it making the play is Azakar, and there's 2 away. Rays pound the Reds 8-0. That game is in the books. Cleveland 3, Tigers 2. That game is also over, and the Cardinals all over the Diamondbacks 14-5. Those 3 games are finals. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is grounded up the middle and making a backhanded stab, throwing it over to first. Heck of a play by Kim, and it's a 4-3 putout to end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down, middle of the order for the Padres coming to the plate.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Next to Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, the name of A.G. Spalding is the most famous in American literature. It has been blazing forth on the cover of guides to all sorts of sports, upon bats and gloves for many years. Young America gets its knowledge of the past in the world of athletics from something that has Al Spalding on it in big black letters. And for that reason, as much as any other, he is one of the national figures of our time. Boston Herald.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Getting caught up on the scoreboard, the Phillies lead the White Sox 5-2 in the ninth. Charlie Morton goes back to work, and the first pitch misses outside, curveball to the left-handed Carpenter. And it's 1-0. The 1-0 from Morton. On the way, swung on and banged foul down the first base line. Evens up the count at 1-1. Mets' Brandon Nimmo just hit a home run. New York leads the Dodgers 2-1. That game is in the fifth. The 1-1 off the plate wide. Changeup missing well out of the zone. It's 2-1. Rangers 9-3 over the Royals. That game is in the ninth. They're heading to the 11th in Miami. Giants lead at 5-1. The 2-1 swing and a miss. 96 miles an hour right down the track, and it's 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Carpenter. Here's the delivery from Morton. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Set him down. There's one away. Absolutely blew that right by him. Locomotive going right down the line for a strike. Morton can still get it up there. 96 miles an hour, almost 97 on the gun. So that'll bring up left-handed bat of Cronenworth, who's batting .210. The first pitch right there inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Cronenworth, swing and a miss at the curveball at the knees. It's 0-2. This series, Cronenworth is 1 for 8. The 0-2, right there at the knees. Should have been a strike. They gave him the benefit of the doubt. It's 1-2. Ken the K-Man keeping up with the K's already. Loving it on your screen. The 1-2 pitch from Charlie. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Set him down, Joe. Charlie's fingers is so. There's two away. So 2 strikeouts here in the inning already for Charlie. Uncle Charlie getting him with the Uncle Charlie. And that'll bring Hyun-Sung Kim up to the plate. Kim, right-handed second baseman. First pitch on the way is a 96-mile-an-hour cheeseburger just underneath the chin, and it's 1-0. Kim came over from South Korea in 2021. The 1-0 foul down the line out of play. It's 1-1. Kim, the 1-1 inside curveball just misses. It's 2-1. Kim has a lifetime batting average of .234 since coming over to the major leagues. The 2-1 pitch, fastball outer edge, just misses off the plate. It's now 3-1. So Charlie started the inning off with 2 strikeouts, now falls behind 3-1 to Kim. Here's a 3-1 pitch inside, high and inside. It's ball 4. And there's trouble brewing. 1 on, 2 away. That'll bring up the hind catcher, Austin Nola, brother of Philadelphia Phillies starting pitcher, Aaron Nola. First pitch on the way to Nola is swung on and hammered right back, straight foul against the screen. He just missed that one. It's 0-1. Nola hitting 154 on the season. The 0-1 runner's off and running, and perfect throw down to second base, and Kim is cooked to end the inning. An absolute laser from Sean Murphy. Great tag applied by Ozzie Albies. Will hit the break. The Braves will grab the sticks.
I'm a Sagittarius, which probably tells you way more than you need to know.
Yes, it tells us that you participate in the mass cultural delusion that the sun's apparent position relative to arbitrarily defined constellations at the time of your birth somehow affects your personality.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding, the sporting goods king, could look back on a long career in baseball. First, as a superb pitcher, then as a ruthless club owner, finally as the man who had made the game big business. But he still had one more service to perform. He was determined to prove that baseball was an exclusively American invention, the brainchild of some ingenious American lad. He appointed a commission to prove it, but 2 years of research turned up almost nothing. Then, in 1905, a letter arrived from a frail old man who claimed that General Abner Doubleday had invented baseball as a boy in Cooperstown, New York, one afternoon in 1839. It wasn't true, but it was just what Spaulding had been looking. It proved, he said, that baseball truly was the national game, played by Americans, watched by Americans, now invented by an American.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Sean Murphy, an absolute rifle down the line. Kim knew it too. Before anyone could even react, he slapped the base knowing that he was done. Start of the third inning, and the first pitch is swung on and pulled down the third base line by Grissom, batting .316, and it's 0-1. Grissom, 749 OPS, .316 average, 2 RBI since being called up last week. The 0-1 pitch, right there at the knees. Ball just kind of fluttered in there for a strike. Good changeup by Martinez underneath the fists, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 from Martinez in the dirt. Curveball. Did he go around? First base umpire Rob Drake says he did not, and it's 1-2. You almost want to give Nick Martinez a sedative out there on the mound. He is a herky-jerky. He's about the only guy in baseball that could get a balk with no one on base. Time is called by Grissom. He might be getting seasick watching Martinez move back and forth. So here's the 1-2 pitch to Vaughn. And pitch on the way, swung on and fouled. Grounded foul towards the third base dugout. It's 1-2. Marlins have scored a run, but still trail by 3 in the bottom of the 11th. They're at bat. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Vaughn, and it's 2-2. Scherzer versus Syndergaard in the Mets-Dodgers game today. Most of your action is this afternoon. We'll hit the scoreboard in a minute. The 2-2 inside. Ball 3 almost clipped Grissom. So the 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track at the wall, slamming into the wall, making the catch is Grissom, and there's one away. Good defensive play by Grissom. As his momentum carried him right into the wall. Made the catch from about a step before the wall. Didn't even look like Grissom got all that much of that one. But it carried. First pitch on the way to Sam Hilliard is roasted in between first and second. A diving attempt by Kim under the glove, and it's a one-out single for Sam I Am. That man, Sam Hilliard, you cannot keep him out of the lineup. When Harris comes back, they got to make room for him somewhere. First pitch on the way to Pilar is down below the knees, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way, fisted into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And runners on first and second with one away. Good piece of hitting by Pilar. Just poked it into left field. You got runners on first and second, one out. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Nick Martinez is going to get a powwow at the mound. Infield coming out to talk to him as well. I thought possibly the pitching coach is coming out, but he's not. Home plate umpire Roberto Ortiz is coming out there to bust it up. So that'll just be a visit. The 6th allowed, but not a manager visit. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. takes the first pitch inside for a ball, and it's 1-0. Padres are playing a shift. Kim is just inches away from second. Hilliard needs to be careful. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, ball 2, it's 2-0. Kim is inching behind Hilliard. Hilliard's got a healthy lead. If Martinez flips around, it's going to make it really difficult to get back in time. Hopefully somebody alerts Ronnie, the 2-0 pitch. Down below the knees, ball 3, 3-0. The 3-0 pitch to Acuna. On the way, swung on and popped up. It's going to get out of play over the third base dugout, high in the sky and well out of play. It's 3-1. A 3-1 to Acuna. In the dirt, ball 4. And it's a walk to load the bases for Matt Olson. So not what they're looking for. And that'll bring Olson to the plate. Bases are loaded, 1 away. First pitch on the way to Olson. He swings at a high curveball pop-up. It's going to be a can of corn over past third base. Machado's got it, and an easy out. Olson liked to have that swing back. He jumped at the first eye candy he saw, and there's 2 away. So bases loaded, 2 away, and Austin Riley coming to the plate. First pitch is a swing and fouls that out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 for Martinez. Bases loaded. Swing and a miss. Curveball in the dirt. Riley went fishing. So you got an 0-2 count. Bases loaded, 2 away. Martinez looks into Nola, who's off the plate, swung on and fouled down the right field line. Plenty foul, 94 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Oh-2 pitch inside, ball 1. Came dangerously close to Riley. He had to kind of spin out of the way. Might be trying to set him up for something outside. The 1-2 from Martinez, his 44th pitch of the afternoon. Here's the pitch swung on and grounded foul. Just got a piece of that one to stay alive. It's 1-2. 1-2 pitch. On the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Fastball got him, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten, but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Say something, a comment about the ref. Is it 20,000? It's a lot of money, so I should not do it. I save my money. I got to pay for diapers.
Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Hank Aaron wore number 44 in 20 of his 21 seasons with the Braves. In the first season after his death, the Braves won 44 games before the All-Star break, 44 games after the All-Star break, and then won the World Series in the 44th week of the year.
We need Doubleday because as a culture we have to have origin myths. Now, baseball has no point of origin. It evolved. We know that. So they set up a commission, and they ginned up this absurd story about Abner Doubleday, who, as one writer said, probably didn't know baseball from a kumquat, but he did fire the first responsive Union volley at Fort Sumter, and he did briefly command the troops at Gettysburg. So to have an American hero as the originator of the game seemed very appropriate indeed. It's total mythology. In fact, there is no single point of origin.
Let's not try to find a starting place for baseball. Let's consider it to be the Darwinian product of centuries of movement of people and continents and oceans, and something rising from the sea and then turning eventually after years of evolution into Barry Bonds.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton back to work. The first pitch on the way is a curveball on the outer edge for a strike to Azakar, the number 9 hitter. It's 0-1. The 0-1 off the plate wide. It's 1-1. One-two pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Curveball chased him off the plate, and there's one away. Good pitch by Morton. And that'll bring the top of the order back up. Oh, 1 pitch. Right there on the outer edge. It's 0-2. The 0-2 swung on, and that ball is dumped down the right field line for a 1-out single. Ronald Acuna Jr.'s on it quick to keep from stretching that into a double. The ball kind of just died there, almost like a golf shot approaching the green. Acuna was kind of baiting him, trying to get him to go to second, but I think he knows better than to try to test Ronnie's arm. Azakar is getting a big laugh out of it. So that'll bring Grisham up to the plate. Grisham's 0-1. First pitch off the plate wide. Curveball misses. It's 1-0. Grisham grounded out in the first inning. The 1-0 swung on and popped up high in the sky, fading towards left field. Underneath it is Riley. He'll catch it in foul territory, and there's 2 away. Very similar to the one that Riley popped up to Machado. I'm sorry, not Riley. Olsen to Machado in the last inning. So that'll bring Machado to the plate. Machado's 1-1. First pitch swinging, and he lifts that high and deep into right field. Acuna's going back on the track, drifts and makes the catch at the wall, and that'll end the inning. So the Padres threaten but fail to score. We'll head to the top of the fourth. Murphy, Rosario, and Albies coming to the plate.
So I just got fired from my job, and I don't even know why, because I only no-call, no-showed one time. I mean, I was late every single day, and I called in today and yesterday. But, that is so unnecessary.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. Last year, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove awards.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
During the first decade of the 20th century, Americans sought to solve their country's problems by organizing everything. They formed children's aid societies, consumer associations, municipal reform leagues, and baseball teams. They played for the Reading Alerts, Utica Pentups, Binghamton Bingos, Scranton Choctaws, Hagerstown Antietam, and New Jersey McClellans, the Laredo Apaches, Union City Greyhounds, Cincinnati Porkers, Evansville River Rats, and Iola Gas Band. They played for the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, Troy Collar and Cuff Makers, Providence Clam Diggers, Terre Haute Hottentots, Des Moines Undertakers, Lebanon Pretzel Eaters, Yakima Pippin, Bangor Bangers, and the Hartford Wideawakes. So eager to play, they got up at dawn to get in a game before they went to work.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Martinez. From Martinez to Murphy is inside for a ball. Curveball missing. 1-0. The 1-0 to Murphy, who flied out in the second, is down below the knees. 2-0. Martinez rocking back and forth. The 2-0 pitch. Right there below the knees. Misses. It's now 3-0 to Sean Murphy. The 3-0 pitch to Murphy. Martinez rocking back and forth. Here's the pitch. Down below the knees. Ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk to start the Atlanta Braves off here in the top of the fourth. So with the 4-pitch walk, 1 on, nobody out, Martinez now at 50 pitches. That'll bring Eddie Rosario, the designated hitter, to the plate. First pitch all the way to Rosario is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Rosario batting .196 with 1 home run. The 0-1 swung on and fouled back, straight back. Fastball, top of the zone, 0-2. From Martinez to Rosario, swing and a miss, strike three. He went fishing for that one. Nowhere close. And it's a strikeout, 1 on and 1 away. Atlanta Braves next face the Houston Astros. Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. We'll have games 1 and 2 of that series for you. 7:20 first pitch on each occasion. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a swing and a miss. Fastball on the outer edge, 0-1. Ozzie from the left side, open stance. The 0-1 pitch from Martinez. High and out of the zone. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Here's the delivery. Swung on. That ball is going to be soft liner over to second base. Thought it might have a chance to get over Kim's head. But instead, he'll make the catch, and there's 2 away. So that'll bring Vaughn Grissom to the plate. Grissom, 0 for 1 with the flyout. Runner on first, 2 away. The first offering is in the dirt. Good eye, but they're going to say Grissom went around on that one. That is a very curious call by home plate umpire Ortiz. Grissom kind of shaking his head. I think a fan might have said something because Grissom smiled and kind of nodded back like thanks, because that was a terrible call. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, and that ball is Q-shotted over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 put out by Kim, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put 1 on but fail to score. It's 0-0 heading to the bottom of the 4th.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Hall of Famer Larry Walker was a big fan of the number 3. He wore the number 33 for his entire career. His first contract with the Expos was $3 million, and the most stolen bases he had in a season was 33. He also got married on November 3rd at 3:33 p.m. His career batting average with the Rockies was .333, and he was the 333rd member of the Hall of Fame.
The final weeks of the 1908 National League season saw a fierce struggle between the Chicago Cubs and their arch rivals, the New York Giants. With the pennant on the line, they met at the Polo Grounds on September 23rd. In the bottom of the 9th, there were 2 outs and 2 men on for the Giants, with the score tied 1-1. Giant pinch hitter Moose McCormick was on third, representing the winning run. Fred Merkle was the runner on first. Al Bridwell, the Giant shortstop, was up to bat. He lined the very first pitch past Cubs second baseman Johnny Evers into center field for a clean single. Moose McCormick lumbered home. The Giants had won the game and most likely the pennant.
Trying to explain the Merkle boner in 25 words or less is like trying to explain relativity to kindergartners. It's a force out, and under the rules of baseball, and this had happened in a game umpired by the same umpire 3 weeks earlier, so Evers knew where he stood. Under the rules of baseball, the play was not completed so long as there was a force out possible, and with the force out concluded, the run that scored didn't count. It ended up determining who won the pennant that year. It also ended up leaving poor Fred Merkle with this eponym created to embarrass and humiliate him and his ghostly presence even to this day.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Morton is a curveball off the edge for a strike called. 0-1 to Juan Soto. Soto's 0 for 1 on the day. The 0-1 delivery to Soto is a curveball wide. It's 1-1. Starting off Soto, curveball outside. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball swung on. That bell is belted high and deep, and that thing ain't coming back. It's a 1-run home run, a solo shot by Juan Soto, and it's 1-0 San Diego. 95 miles an hour, about letter high on the inner cut and right in the wheelhouse of Soto. Sure, Charlie'd like to have that one back. They were setting up outside. The pitch just drifted in, got way too much of the plate. So that'll clear the decks, and here comes Bogaerts, and the first pitch to Bogaerts is a 95-mile-an-hour sinker that dips below the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Bogaerts. Right there for a strike curveball. Intercut. 1-1. The 1-1. Swung on and banged foul. Curveball is on the inner part of the plate. And it's a 1-2 count. The 1-2 to Bogaerts. Swing and fouls it off the mask of Murphy. We'll do it again at 1-2. Soto's home run went 431 feet. The 1-2 swung on and grounded up the middle. It's in between Ozzie and Grissom. Ozzie backhands, makes the play, but no chance to get Bogaerts. By the time Ozzie got the ball, he was darn near in left field, so he just put it in his pocket, and it's an infield single. Grissom was playing far over as they had Bogaerts on the shift. That'll bring Matt Carpenter to the plate. Carpenter, 1 on, nobody out. The first pitch is a curveball right there at the knees. 1-0. Matt Carpenter, righty-lefty matchup. The pitch right there for a strike. Straight gas on the inner cut. It's 0-2. On deck is Cronenworth. The 0-2 to Carpenter. Wind up in the pitch, swung on and hit high. Not very deep into left field. Pillar's underneath it. Camps out, makes the catch. And there's one away here in the fourth. If you're just joining us, the Braves had several chances to score, but have not put any across the plate. Meanwhile, the solo home run by Soto makes it 1-0 San Diego. First pitch on the way to Cronenworth is rifled down the right field line into the corner. Bogaerts is coming around third. I think they are gonna hold him up. And it's a 1-out double and trouble for Morton and the Braves. Matt Olson tried to leap and make the catch and went over his glove by about a foot or so. Bogaerts had to hold up for a second to make sure he wasn't making the catch. Don't think they would have sent him anyways with just 1 out. So that'll bring Kim up to the plate. First pitch to Kim is inside for a ball. Curveball missing. It's 1-0. Kim walked his first time up. The 1-0. Right there at the knees. Curveball for a strike. 1-1. San Diego 1, Atlanta 0. Bottom of the fourth. In sunny San Diego, the 1-1. Right there on the outer edge. Nice curveball by Charlie. It's 1-2. So you'd love to get a strikeout here. Or possibly a pop-up. Austin Nola stands on deck. The 1-2 pitch. Did he go around? Think he did. They're going to check down the line. They're going to say he didn't. I'll tell you what. If he didn't go around, and maybe he didn't, then Vaughn Grissom dang sure didn't go around earlier. And I'm sure that Grissom's thinking the same thing. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's karma for you. And out number 2. Good curveball by Morton in the dirt. Just fell off the table. You can't blame Kim on that one because that pitch looked good until the very last second when it darted off out of the zone. That'll bring Nola to the plate. The first pitch to Nola is off the plate wide. Curveball, 1-0. Very similar to the one he just struck him out on. The difference on that one is Nola's going into that count, not defending with 2 strikes. The 1-0 swung on, and that ball's lifted into center field. Underneath it is Hilliard. He is, and he'll make the catch. So the Padres score 1 run, but it could have been much worse. We'll grab the sticks and head to the plate. Hilliard and the rest when we come back.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I remember reading a story one time about Cobb in the minor leagues playing, and they didn't shower in the ballpark. They would go back to their little apartment or house, whatever it was. And every day, Cobb was always in the tub ahead of the roommate. And this one particular day, the roommate got back to the house, and the roommate got into the tub. And Cobb came in and dragged him out of the tub and said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't you understand? I have to be first."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Sam Hilliard from Nick Martinez is a called strike on the outer edge, 93 miles an hour. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased the changeup that just dived off the plate. Very good pitch by Martinez. Quickly 0-2. Hilliard 1 for 1 with the single. The 0-2. Off the plate wide. 1-2. 1-2 pitch to Hilliard. Down below the knees. Good take by Sam. It evens up the count at 2-2. 2-2 pitch. Kicking the deal. Swing! And that ball's hammered down the right field line, but just foul, excuse me. Be a souvenir for one of the fans, almost a double. The 2-2 pitch off the plate. It's now 3-2. So it was once an 0-2 count. Hilliard has worked it back to 3-2. 65th pitch of the afternoon. Martinez rocks back and forth, kicks and fires, and it's a swing and a miss strikeout. Fastball, top of the zone, 94 miles an hour. Blew it right by him. And there's one away. that game as a final. The Giants beat the Marlins 5-2 in 11. Kevin Pillar comes to the plate. Pillar takes the first pitch for a strike just on the outer cutter. Down and away, it's 0-1. Pillar 1 for 1 with the single, takes a swing and a miss at the next pitch. It was a changeup just out in front. It's now 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Just inside. Might have clipped the top of the zone. Fortunately for Pillar, did not get called. It's now 1-2. The 1-2. Swing and just got a piece of it. I mean, a hair of it to keep it alive. Dragged it foul a bit. Pillar will live to fight another day. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Acuna in the top of the order. The 1-2 to Pillar. Swing and fouls it straight back. Just missed that one. We'll do it again at 1-2. Cubs lead the A's 5-2. Midway through that one. The 1-2 pitch from Martinez. Swing, and that ball is hit high and deep into left center field. Going back on the track, making the catch is Grisham. And it's allowed out number 2. He gave that ball a ride, but it just died. Thought he might have got that one into the gap. If that ball gets down, it's at least 2 bases. But instead, there's 2 away. That'll bring Acuna to the plate. Acuna steps in, and the first pitch is dragged over towards the left side. Off balance, making a twirling throw to first. A 5-3 put up by Machado. Nice defensive play by the Gold Glover. We'll head to break. Top of the order, due up for the San Diego Padres.
Check this out. Did you guys know that Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah. Now think about that, though. That's crazy. Like 2 cities in one state?
No, that's not crazy.
No, not at all. No. All right. I don't think you understand. There's 2 cities in the same state. Like, how's that even possible?
All states have more than one city.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
There's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So that's what Pennsylvania is.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Philadelphia's not Pennsylvania?
No, Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. What is this man talking about?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The 1960 World Series was between the Pirates and the Yankees and ended with a walk-off homer by Pirates second baseman Bill Mazeroski. The MVP of that series wasn't Mazeroski, but instead it was Yankees player Bobby Richardson. His 12 RBIs led him to becoming the only World Series MVP who was on the losing team.
It is important to remember in an imperfect and fretful world that we have an institution which is practically above reproach and above criticism. Nobody worth mentioning wants to change its constitution or limit its powers. The government is not asked to inspect it, regulate, suppress, guarantee, or own it. There is no movement afoot that we know of to uplift it, like the stage, or to abolish it, like marriage. No one complains that it is vulgar, like the newspapers, or that it assassinates genius, like the magazines. It rouses no class passions, and while it has magnates, they go unhung with our approval. This once comparatively perfect flower of our sadly defective civilization is, of course, baseball, the only important institution, so far as we remember, which the United States regards with a practically universal approval. Saturday Evening Post.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac Magee giving you play-by-play of Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 1 as we head to the bottom of the inning number 5. Azekar in the top of the order, due up for the Padres. The first pitch on the way is a fastball, swing and a miss, 93 miles an hour, 0-1. Azakar batting .265. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line into the upper deck. It's 0-2. In that rout of the Diamondbacks with the Cardinals, Norman Gorman hit a grand slam this afternoon. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. No, wait a minute. He did get a piece of it. Thought that blew by him. Instead, it's going to be a weak pop-up over to Olsen. Maybe I need to put the shades on. There's one away. Julio Rodriguez hit a home run today for the Mariners. That'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Trent Grisham. Grisham, 0 for 2, takes the first pitch down below the knees for a ball. Curveball missing. 1-0. The 1-0 from Charlie. Kicks and deals just off the plate, misses wide. Two and 0. 2-0. Right there at the knees. Curveball just snapped off and grabbed the strike. It's 2-1. So there's a sign sitting in the bleachers that says skipped work to watch. Skip work to be here. Go Braves. As the 2-2 pitches. 2-1 pitch swung on and misses 2-2. Skip work to be here. Go Braves. But whoever brought the sign, they're missing from there too. So I don't know if their boss found them and fired them, or maybe he's he or she's passed out in the bathroom. Not sure what's going on there. The 2-2 pitch. Inside 95 miles an hour, just missed the inner cut, and it's a full count to Grisham. So a full count to Trent Grisham with deadly bats behind him. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Curveball just missed outside, and I mean by maybe 2 inches, and it's a 1-out walk, and here comes trouble. Manny Machado comes to the plate, 1 for 2 with a single in the first. Righty-righty matchup. Here's the pitch fried by Morton. It's a fastball inside. Just misses the top of the zone. It's 1-0. Pirates all over the Rockies today, 12-1. Game is in the 8th out in Colorado. The 1-0 swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into center field. Is he going to get room? Hilliard goes back on the track, slams into the wall. Does he hold on? He does hold on. That is a Gold Glove type of catch by Sam Hilliard. When he slammed into the ball, the fear was the ball could have popped out because it was kind of snow-coned just as he collided. There was a fan there trying to make the catch too with their hat. Braced himself perfectly with that arm, and I mean just got that ball back in. What a great play by Sam I Am for out number 2. Very close for fan interference on that one. I guess they would have been in the clear because the ball had gone over the walls. So at that point, that'll bring Soto to the plate. He had a home run his last time out, and the first pitch is a fastball, top shelf, called for a high strike, and it's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch on the way, right there at the knees. Buckled him. It's 0-2. Braves trail 1-0. We're just in the 5th inning, so a lot of baseball to go. Some blown opportunities should have have this game tied or even the lead. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Misses outside. Curveball just off the edge. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Standing on deck, Xander Bogaerts. Charlie wants to wait till next inning to see him. Charlie at just 73 pitches. So pretty economical so far. The 1-2. Curveball just below the knees inside. Got Soto off balance, and it's 2-2. Phillies beat the White Sox 5-2. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Yak 'em. Curveball. Got him right about belt high, and that'll end the inning. When we come back, the heart of the Braves order is coming to the plate.
You ever gonna sleep with Amy?
That's awfully personal.
We don't ask things like that.
Maybe you don't. I do. What's the deal?
Well, word around the university is I'm giving her sex organs a proper jostling.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. John Lester will be remembered as a very intense, consistent pitcher. He was so consistent that in 241 starts for the Red Sox, he had a 3.64 ERA, and in 171 starts with the Cubs, he also had a 3.64 ERA. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Baseball is thought of as this game of geometry, the game of geometry. It's perfect. It's 90 feet, it's 60 feet, it's this, it's that. Everything's perfect, right angles, everything's all that. And then it has the strictest rules, and it has the strictest history, everything interpreted. And kids play it all over the place with two bases, one base, with a car parked in the middle of where they're playing. They play it in the street. We played it in the hollow, used trees for bases. We call it the hollow, where I lived in Lexington, Virginia. We had a wonderful baseball game. You can improvise baseball in a living room. You can improvise baseball on a New York street, and people do every day. You can play it in a pasture. You can play it on the side of a hill. You can play baseball anywhere.
Welcome back, Braves Country. Atlanta Braves coming to the plate. Matt Olson will lead this off. The first pitch is a high strike called. It's 0-1. Olson, 0 for 2 on the day. Strikeout and a pop out. The 0-2 to Olson. Down below the knees. Changeup. Tried to get him to chase. Good pitch by Martinez. Better take by Olson. It's 1-1. Matt Olson now batting .288. The 1-1 swung on and hit high and deep down the left field line. Is that going to stay in play? It will not. Ben's foul as Soto gave it chase deep in the corner. 1-2. Nick Martinez at 75 pitches. The 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 2-2. Austin Riley stands on deck. The 2-2 to Olson. Martinez rocks and deals, swing and a miss. Strike three. And Olson down on strikes for out number one. Atlanta Braves, top of the sixth inning, 1 out. First pitch. Top corner for a strike. It's 0-1 to Riley. The 0-1 delivery, swing and A miss. 0-2. Riley's 0 for 2 with the ground out, a strikeout. Here in the sixth inning, time to turn back time. On Braves Country Baseball, the 0-2 pitch. Down below the knees, out of the zone. Good take by Riley. Tempting curveball. It's 1-2. On this date, 1890, the Brooklyn Bridegrooms, later known as the Brooklyn Dodgers, played their first National League game. The former American Association team, as the 1-2 pitch is in the dirt, evens up the count at 2-2. Loses to the Bean Eaters, who would later be known as the Boston Braves in 1912. This game takes place at the Boston South Grounds. Final score 15-9. The 2-2 pitch to Riley, swung on and missed, strike 3. Fastball top of the zone, and Martinez is having himself a pretty good afternoon after struggling early and getting out of jams. We'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. On this date in 1912, due to a rainout on opening day, the Red Sox reschedule a two-admission twin bill. First pitch to Murphy is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Twin bill is going to take place at 10:30 a.m. and 3:15 p.m. to give the fans 1-0 pitch called for a low strike. It's 1-1. Murphy doesn't like it. Giving the afternoon fans, the morning fans, a chance to see the end of the Boston Marathon race. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded up the middle. Is going to dribble just past the mound. Murphy's running down first base line, but kind of nonchalantly, and he'll be done with a 4-3 put out as Kim charges the ball and puts him away. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
We can't Gerby darn your frazzle dazzle.
You don't want to miss as we covered the entire NFL on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
12-0 Chicago Bears. If they can go all the way, they would be 19-0. The last undefeated team in pro football history, these Miami Dolphins. 72, 14-0 regular season. After the Super Bowl, they were 17-0 for a third down and 6. Cooper, Moore, and Clayton. Out of the way, into the arms of Clayton. Oh, and are things going right for the Dolphins tonight? 42-yard touchdown, batted into the air at the line of scrimmage. This is vintage Monday Night Football. Final seconds ticking off. Bears will not go undefeated. But what a victory for the Dolphins. And Dan Marino reigns supreme once again.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience. Not you.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What must be the contempt for those who would degrade our great national game and make it a business? When such becomes the case, farewell to baseball. The excitement which is at present attendant on these contests will cease. Then the game itself will gradually but surely die out. Philadelphia City Item.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail by just 1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Bogarts will stand in the box against Morton, going back out there for another inning. The first pitch is a curveball right there about belt high for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Charlie. Kicks and deals, swung on and grounded foul. It's 0-2. Back to that turn back time in Boston. The late game of the doubleheader was giving a chance for Boston Marathon watchers to attend the afternoon contest as the 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-2. Although a Patriots game would not become an annual event until 1959, a half century sooner, It essentially began in 1912. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded hard over to Riley. Riley has it, fires it across the diamond to Olson, and there's one away. On this date in 1949, the Yankees unveil a monument in center field in memory of Babe Ruth. 8 months after his death, the legendary Bambino joins Lou Gehrig and Miller Huggins. As the first pitch on the way to Carpenter misses outside. It's 1-0. As he would become the third member of Monument Park in 1949. The 1-0 inside, curveball misses. It's 2-0. Two-0 pitch misses high and inside, 3-0. So a 3-0 count to Carpenter. Charlie at 82 pitches, 3-2 on the way outside, ball four. 4-pitch, 1-out walk to Carpenter to start some trouble here in the sixth. On this date in 1972, Sparky Lyle becomes the first reliever to come into a game with a signature entrance song. When the Yankees PA system plays Pomp and Circumstance as the closer approaches the mound. The Southpaw secures the last out of the team's 3-2 victory over Milwaukee. First pitch on the way to Cronenworth is swung on and dragged foul. It's 0-1. And that's your turn back time on this date, April 19th. Cronenworth's 1 for 2 on the game. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a comebacker to Charlie. He's going to flip it over to second base where Grissom is standing. It's going to be a 1-6-3 double play to end the inning. We'll grab the bats when we come back. Maybe that'll wake up Atlanta and the offense.
Hey, is that T-Bone?
No, there's no T-Bone.
Why no T-Bone?
Why no T-Bone? Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-Bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
My kids, they don't help either, you know. My kids, they're real smart kids I got, you know. Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you. And my daughter, too, she's no bargain either, my daughter. You kidding? Well, she's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
Armchair.
Why do you suppose people want to listen to you?
I think they know that I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be fair. I don't have a hidden agenda. Not many people on TV that you can say that about. The people like, you think our team sucks? I'm like, yeah, I only think that because they suck. It's just basketball. We're not solving inflation. We didn't just get back from Afghanistan.
Past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Rosario is a fastball strike right there at the letters, and it's 0-1. Eddie Rosario 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, curveball, good eye by Eddie, evening up the count at 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and lifted high, but not very deep into center field. Underneath it is Grisham. There's one out in the Atlanta seventh. Rosario now batting just 188. You got to wonder how much longer they're going to keep putting him in the middle of the lineup. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie went yard last night, a 3-run home run. We could use something like that now. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-1. Ozzie 0 for 2 with a ground out, a line out. Martinez is about to approach the 90th pitch of the afternoon. The 0-1 misses high. It's 1-1. Standing on deck, Vaughn Grissom. Hilliard is in the hole. The 1-1 from Martinez. Way outside. It's 2-1. Curveball missing. High and outside. The 2-1. Swing and popped up. Should be playable. Coming in is the center fielder, Grisham, He's going to call off Bogarts, make the catch, and there's quickly 2 away. Jimenez is warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. So that'll bring Grissom to the plate. The first pitch swung on and missed by Vaughn. Curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 right there inside called for a strike. Borderline strike. It's 0-2. Grissom 0 for 2 with a ground out, a fly out. The 0-2 on the way. Fastball misses high, 1-2. Dodgers have pulled within 1. It's 3-2 New York. That game is heading to the 9th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Good eye by Vaughn, evening up the count at 2-2. Ball in the dirt. Tried to get him to chase the changeup. Sam Hilliard stands on deck. Grissom just trying to find a way to get on. The 2-2 swung on and grounded over to third. Barehanded by Machado. Fires it over to first, and a great play by Machado. Grissom slams his helmet. Cannot believe it, and that'll end the inning. It's 3 up, 3 down. Get ready to stretch, Braves country. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. I need a peanut and cracker jack. I don't care if I ever get back. Root for the home team. They don't win in the game. Forever.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 1-0. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. And Jimenez will come in. So the day is done for Charlie Morton. On the day, pretty good outing for Charlie. 6 innings pitched, 5 hits allowed. The 1 earned run, the home run to Soto. 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Charlie now has an ERA of 3.22 on the season. Jimenez comes into the game. 5 innings so far this year. A 3.60 ERA, 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. The first pitch on the way to Kim is a ball off the plate wide. 4-seam fastball misses. It's 1-0. Kim 0 for 1 with the walk in the second. The 1-0 right there at the knees for a strike. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and grounds it up the middle. Scoop by Grissom. Fires it over to first. A spinning, magnificent play by Vaughn Grissom. How about that? 6-3 put out. And there's one away. He had to scoop it at his shoestrings, take a couple of steps in a pirouette type deal, and fired it over to first. And a perfect throw by Grissom. That'll bring Machado to the plate. Machado takes the first pitch for a strike at the knees. 0-1. I'm sorry, Nola. I think I said Machado. I don't know why I said that. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees on the edge of the plate. It's 0-2. Austin Nola 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. The 0-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball is hammered down the third base line, but foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves trail by just 1. The 0-2 pitch. Down below the knees. Good eye by Nola. Slider just missed the bottom of the zone. It's 1-2. One-two on the way. Yak him! Kiss the side of the zone and he'll sit down. Nola's not going to argue too much because he knows he's going to want those same calls when he gets behind the plate here in a minute. But it appeared to be just off the edge. Nice frame by Murphy. Mets have gone up 5-2 in the 9th on the Dodgers. First pitch on the way to Azakar is fouled down the line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 right there. Outer edge, knee high for a strike. 95 miles an hour right on the paint. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Azakar. Swing and fouls it down the line. Well out of play into the second deck. Do it again at 0-2. Braves have already won the series. Looking for the sweep today. The 0-2 pitch. Caught looking. 0-2 pitch right down the pipe, and he was watching the paint dry. That'll end the inning. So a 1-2-3 for Jimenez. Braves will grab the bat. Sam Hilliard coming to the plate.
How you doing? Hi, sir. I would like to look at your most expensive Hank Aaron card, please.
Got just the one. Only 4 in circulation, $31,000.
Oh, well, that's very, very fine. Yeah. Let me look at your least expensive Hank Aaron card, please.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Stan Musial is one of the most underrated players of all time. He had 3,630 hits, which puts him 4th on the all-time list. But weirdly enough, Stan the Man had exactly 1,815 hits at home and exactly 1,815 hits on the road.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop making lane change signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Although the first World Series had been a huge success, the reputation of the game continued to suffer as brawling fans drove away paying customers. Now, Van Johnson ordered his American League owners to have their stadiums patrolled to keep rowdiness down. Players and managers, as well as fans, were expected to behave.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 1. We are heading to the top of the 8th inning. And Sam Hilliard will grab the bat and get in the box. The day is done for Martinez. The first pitch on the way is swung on, and Hilliard has himself a base hit. It was a close play out there in the outfield, but it looks like Azakar trapped the ball. Yeah, he definitely trapped the ball, but I'll tell you what, he did a great job of disguising it. He even popped his glove up to show everyone that he had it, but it definitely hopped right in front of his glove. So a leadoff single by Sam to get the Braves going here in the top of the 8th. And that'll bring Pilar to the plate. Kevin Pilar takes the first pitch fastball right across the letters for a strike. It's 0-1. Luis Garcia is now in for Nick Martinez, a 5.87 ERA, 5 walks, 7 strikeouts. Over 7 1/3 inning, 2/3 innings. Garcia flips it over to first to keep Hilliard close by, well underneath the tag. Hilliard does have a pretty good lead. See if he may go. The go one, he starts like he's going, then he stops. Pitch on the way, swung on and grounded hard down the third base line. I don't know if he's trying to bait him into thinking he's going, or he just didn't feel right, because he took about 3 steps towards second and then slammed on the brakes and turned around. So now you got an 0-2 pitch to Pilar. Not that it would have mattered because he dragged it foul, but you got an 0-2 pitch to Pilar. Nola's going to come out and talk to Garcia. He might be talking about a pitch out or anything else. Now the whole infield's going to come out there and have a quick convo. Real quick on your out-of-town scoreboard update, the Mets lead the Dodgers 5-2 in Los Angeles. Cubs all over the A's 6-2. That game is in the 8th. Brewers 5-2 over the Mariners in the 8th. Earlier today, Tampa blanked the Reds 8-0. Guardians over the Tigers. Giants beat the Marlins. Cardinals over the Diamondbacks. Rangers beat the Royals. Phillies win the series against the Sox. And the Pirates 14-3 winners over the Rockies. We're back to action. The 0-2 pitch on the way, pitch out for sure. And Hilliard wasn't biting the 1-2. I think a pitch out is the worst time to do that is right after a mound meeting. The 1-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. Plenty foul. Wash grabs it and throws it towards the dugout. So a 1-2 count. Hilliard with a decent, he's going. Pitch is swung on and that ball is fouled back. He had a great jump. And the pitch was inside. Pilar swung it. A ball for sure, but he may have felt like it was too close to take. So we'll reset again. Hilliard standing on first, nobody out. A 1-2 count to Pilar. Here's the pitch in the dirt, backhanded, and Hilliard's on the way. Hilliard is safe at second, sliding feet first. A one-hopper to Kim. And the Atlanta Braves have the tying run in scoring position with nobody out. Sam was kind of bouncing and leaning, and then he just took off. Great base running by Hilliard. So with the tying run sitting on second, swing and a miss, strike three. So Pilar's down on strikes, but Hilliard is now in scoring position with Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Acuna just needing a base hit here to tie the game. The first pitch is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball just below the knees. And it's 1-0. Acuna, 357 with runners in scoring position. The 1-0 down below the knees. Slider misses, tried to get him to chase one. It's 2-0. Dodgers hit a home run, but still trail by 2 in the ninth against the Mets. Garcia looks in, kicks and deals. Check swing, foul, 97, right in his kitchen. Ronnie tried to pull back, but the ball faded in and hit his bat. It's 2-1. Two on your count. Pitch on the way, down below the knees. Good take by Ronnie. And it's now 3-1. And if you walk Ronnie, you're putting two runners on the base paths with speed and Matt Olson at the plate. He's got to be chomping at the bit after a tough day. The 3-1 right there at the knees. Ronnie taking all the way. It's 3-2. Acuna trying to get that walk to get things going. Probably one he wishes he would have swung at. That one's right in his wheelhouse. Runner on second, one away. The 3-2. Garcia spins around like he's going to offer to second, but does not. But that will count as one of his moves to first. Or excuse me, to second and the runner. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and strike three. Pitch right down the pipe and he could not time it up. Blew it right by him and there's two outs. So that'll bring Olson to the plate. You wonder what Olson will see. the righty-lefty matchup here. And the right-handed bat of Riley standing on the deck. Both, of course, elite hitters, but if you're the right-handed pitcher, you may want to face Riley or Murphy as opposed to Olson. And it looks like the Padres are making a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail by 1. We'll be right back.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Welcome back to Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country HD and 99.1 FM. Atlanta Braves trail by just 1. Tying run sits on second in the form of Sam Hilliard. We all know has wheels. The left-hander Tim Hill will come to the plate to face Olson. Lefty-lefty matchup. And Tim Hill kicks and winds and deals, and the first pitch is way inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Hill, left-hander, kind of a sidewinder delivery. Tough for lefties to pick up on. The 1-0. Hill spins around and offers towards second. So that is one used. Can't imagine that Hilliard is trying to steal third, but they might be trying to catch him getting too greedy in case there's a base hit. The 1-0 pitch. Swing! And that ball's hit hard over to first. Backhanded by Cronenworth. He'll step on the bag, and a good defensive play by Cronenworth will end the inning. The Braves threat but fail to score. We head to the bottom of the 8th. It's 1-0. Padres coming to the plate.
On the subject of this service, what is your opinion of war protesters, and would you today refuse to be drafted?
Honey, I just want to keep my own personal views about that to myself, because I'm just an entertainer, and I really not say.
You think other entertainers should keep their views to themselves too?
No, I can't even say that.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Clayton Kershaw is without a doubt a Hall of Famer. In Kershaw's family, he had a great uncle named Clyde Tombaugh. He was an astronomer who, over 100 years ago, discovered the planet Pluto. For those who don't know, eye black is a black adhesive that is used by players to limit glare from the sun. But did you know that none other than Babe Ruth allegedly invented it? Around the 1930s, Ruth was getting distracted by the sun, so he put some black grease under his eyes, and the rest is history.
John Joseph McGraw, player-manager of the contentious Baltimore Orioles, had been one of the first National Leaguers to jump to the American League in 1901. But he had not liked it there. He could not bear to have anyone tell him how to play the game. When McGraw refused to stop the constant abuse of umpires, for which he was infamous, Johnson suspended him. McGraw never forgave Johnson. He returned to the National League as manager of the New York Giants, a job he would hold for 31 years. Leading his team to 10 pennants and ending in the first division 28 times. No one made a move on the field without his consent. McGraw was said once to have fined a player for hitting a home run that drove in 2 runs because he had ordered him to bunt. The main idea, John McGraw said, is to win. When McGraw won the National League pennant in 1904, he took an especially sweet revenge on Ban Johnson.
Rather than have anything to do with the league that had suspended him, he simply refused to play the Boston Pilgrims for the championship. There was no World Series in 1904.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves with the day off. Tomorrow, we're back at it. Friday night, 7:20 first pitch. Saturday night, 7:20 first pitch right here on Braves Country HD. You can find us anywhere on YouTube. Please like and subscribe today. Dylan Lee is going to come in to face the top of the order of the San Diego Padres. The first pitch offering from Lee is right there at the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Time for birthdays here on Braves Country Baseball. Happy 40th birthday to Joe Mauer. 143 home runs. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Slider danced outside the zone. Good pitch by Dylan. And it's 0-2. Joe Mauer, 40 years old, a 55 WAR, 143 home runs, and a 306 lifetime batting average. The 0-2 from Lee, swung on and popped up. That's going to bend out of play. It's 0-2 once again. Frank Viola, the Minnesota Twins, he turned 63 today. 176 wins all time. A 47 WAR. The 0-2 pitch misses just at the top of the zone. Good take by Grisham. 1-2. Jackie Bradley Jr. of the Kansas City Royals, we just saw him a few days ago. He's 33 years old today, formerly of Boston. The 1-2. Slider just misses the outside part of the plate, and it's 2-2. And Spike Owen, 62 years old, Boston Red Sox, Montreal Expos in the 90s. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back against the screen. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Lee. Right there, called strike 3. Lulled him to sleep and threw a slider about belt high. Took a little bit off of that one, pulled the string, and there's one away. Non-baseball birthdays today. Maria Sharapova, 36 years old, 5 Grand Slams. The 0-1 swing and a foul ball off the plate that double taps the bat by Machado, and it's 0-1. Al Unser Jr. turns 61 years old today. Kate Hudson is 44. Ali Wong is 40. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a tapper off the plate. Once again, it's 0-2. James Franco turns 45, and Ashley Judd is 55, and that's your Braves Country birthdays. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and just got a piece of that one to stay alive. All three of the pitches that Machado has taken a hack at, he's just hitting the top of it and bouncing it off the plate. So an 0-2 pitch to Machado. Soto stands on deck. Here's the windup in the pitch and fouls it straight back. Do it again at 0-2. Mets hold on to beat the Dodgers 5-3. Cubs over the A's 7-2. That game is in the 9th. Seattle trails 5-2 in the 9th. The 0-2 pitch, swing and grounds it straight back up the middle. Ozzie has it. He'll scoop it, fire it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out and 2 away here in the bottom of the 8th. Great turnout for Braves Country Baseball this afternoon. Always great to see where y'all are listening from and where you are from. We got Braves Country worldwide here, excuse me. Juan Soto steps up, the sole run of the game. He takes a hack at the first pitch and drives it back up the middle for a 2-out single. And Soto will stand on first, 2 away, and Xander Bogaerts coming to the plate. Juan Soto now 2 for 4 on the day. He's starting to heat up, and we're getting out of town just in time. Soto normally just absolutely blisters Braves pitching. So Xander Bogaerts comes to the plate. Bogaerts 1 for 3, takes a hack at the first pitch and hits it down the line foul. It's 0-1. Can't say enough how well Lee has pitched so far this season. No matter what he does today, he has had a great beginning to 2023. The 0-1 pitch, wide strike, and I'll tell you what, Bogaerts doesn't like it, and I cannot blame him. That ball, not even sure if that was in the same zip code as home plate. The 0-2 to Lee, we'll take it. Swing, and a dribbler back up the middle. Ozzie has it, grabs it, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. Padres threaten. Josh Hader's coming in with the heart of the Braves order. Riley, Murphy, and most likely a pinch hitter. We'll be back at a flash here on Braves Country.
Is that the sass we love or the back talk we hate?
Unclear. You know, there's a fine line between quippy and mean. I show her Golden Girls. It's just not sinking in.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Eddie Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Ted Williams is undoubtedly a top 5 hitter in the history of baseball. When he passed away, parts of his family claimed that he wanted to be put into a state of biostasis through being cryogenically frozen. So, surgeons decapitated Williams, froze his body in a giant cylinder, and froze his head in a steel can. This was done with the hope that one day he could be revived from the dead.
August 3rd, 1903. To the editor, it makes sense to teach a child to play chess. But what is the point of a crazy game like baseball? Here in educated America, adults play baseball. They run after a leather ball like children. I want my boy to grow up to be a mensch, not a wild American runner.
Dear sir, let your boy play baseball and play it well, so long as it does not interfere with his education or get him into bad company. Let us not so raise the children that they should grow up foreigners in their own birthplace. Abraham Kahan, editor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 1 of the better closers in all of baseball. Josh Hader steps on the mound, 7 innings, 1.29 ERA, 3 walks, 13 strikeouts. And he'll face the heart of the Braves order. Austin Riley comes in and takes a hack at the first pitch, 95 miles an hour. Out of play, it's 0-1. Austin Riley, 3 for 6 lifetime, 3 singles versus Hader. The 0-1 swing and fouls it back. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, high and inside, 97 miles an hour. Close shave, and it's 1-2. Think we all remember that home run that Hader gave up to Freddie Freeman in the NLDS a couple of years ago. The 1-2. High and inside, it's 2-2. Standing on deck, Sean Murphy. The 2-2 pitch. He inside. Did that get him? Spins him around, just misses the inside. Thought it might have got him on the shirt. It was that close. But Riley reacts as if he was not touched. So you got a full count now to Riley. He represents the tying run. The 3-2 pitch. High and outside, ball 4. And Austin Riley works a leadoff walk, to start your 9th inning. And Sean Murphy coming to the plate. Of all the Braves hitters, of all the hot Braves hitters, he's probably the hottest. And in this lefty-righty matchup, probably the one you'd want up there. First pitch on the way to Hader, from Hader to Murphy, is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Sean Murphy digs in the 0-1. High and inside, 1-1, 97 miles an hour, just under the shoulder. The 1-1 pitch from Hader. On the way, swing, and that ball is lifted high into center field, and making the catch is Grisham. Running back to first base is Riley, and there's one away. And not what Braves country wants to hear. But Marcell Ozuna coming to the plate as the designated hitter, pinch hitter, versus Josh Hader. Showing here that he's one of 4 Major League Baseball hitters that have multiple home runs off of Josh Hader. So we'll see if he's still got it. This may be to keep himself on the team. First pitch to Marcell is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Tense moment here in San Diego. Braves trail by 1 out, top of the 9th, runner on first. The 1-0 pitch off the plate. Now they're going to call that a really wide strike. It's 1-1. And I mean really wide strike. The 1-1 pitch. On the way. Call that a wide strike as well, 1-2. That one may have actually clipped the zone. The first one was definitely off the plate. So Ozuna now has to protect on a 1-2 count with 1 away. Here's the windup and the pitch. Swung on and fouled back 97 miles an hour, about eye level. Do it again at 1-2. On deck is Ozzie Albies. So what you'd really like here is for Ozuna just not to hit into a double play. Ozzie from the right side, much more dangerous. The 1-2 in the dirt. Good block by Nola. Runner will stay at bay. It's 2-2. Little surprised that the Braves did not pinch run for Riley. You do have Eli White on the bench, and you could have put Adrianza at third the next inning. The 2-2 swing and fisted foul back behind the plate. It's 2-2. Braves trail 1-0. Going for the sweep of the San Diego Padres, lone run coming off of a Soto home run. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And Ozuna is down on strikes, and that might be the last time you see him taking at bat in a Braves uniform. He got dealt a bad hand on those wide strikes that put him in the hole. But all in all, you can't argue with the fact that we got guys coming off the IL, and Ozuna is probably going to be odd man out. First pitch on the way to Ozzy is off the plate wide. For a ball, it's 1-0. Ozzy, ground out, line out, fly out. He's 0 for 3. 1 for 10 in this series, but he did hit a home run from the left side of the plate. The 1-0. Swing and fouls it back. .96-mile-an-hour heater. Too hot to handle. And it's 1-1. Riley leads off of first with 2 away. The 1-1. Swing and just gets a piece of that. Fouls it back. And it's 1-2. Braves down to their last strike. Standing on deck is Vaughn Grissom. If Ozzy Albies can keep it going. The 1-2 pitch. Hader leans in, kicks and deals, swing and pops it back. Foul, out of play into the crowd. 1-2 once again. Crowd is on their feet in San Diego. A 1-2 count with 2 outs. Here's the windup and the pitch from Hader. Down below the knees. Good take by Ozzy. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Ozzy Albies digs in from the right side, open stance. The lefty Hader delivers, swing, and pops it up, and it's a can of corn over towards third base. Should be playable by Machado. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the game. So the Padres win the game, but the Braves win the series. Final score is 1-0 San Diego. Josh Hader will get the save. Nick Martinez the win. Charlie Morton the loss, but pitched a really good game. 6 innings with 1 earned and 5 Ks. Martinez, 7 innings, no earned runs and 6 Ks. The difference in the game was the one solo shot by Juan Soto that took place in the 4th inning. Braves had opportunities early on. In the early innings, they had the bases loaded with one out at one point. 2 or 3 times had chances to score, but just could not cash in. Your final score, 1-0. Time of the game, 2 hours and 10 minutes. The Braves will head back to Atlanta. Braves Country HD will bring you that game, 7:20 first pitch Friday night and 7:20 first pitch Saturday night. It's the Braves versus the Astros, a rematch of the 2021 World Series. Elder on the Hill Friday, Kyle Wright on the Hill Saturday. We'll have both games for you. Have a great afternoon, Braves Country. San Diego wins it 1-0.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. You would be Hubble if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty. Short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Bye.